Hello and welcome to Seoul and the Olympic Gymnasium number 3 for the first of the 12 OSIM BWF World Super Series tournaments for 2012. It was only 3 weeks ago that the 2011 Super Series came to a dramatic climax at the season-ending finals in Luzhou. So now a new year and a new season of Super Series, and here in Korea we're starting in style with the first of the premier events. 5 of those 12 tournaments promoted to an even higher status, and those 5, as you can see, starting with Korea, then the All England, Indonesia, Denmark, and the 5th premier event, the last, the China Open. So, of course, the players coming on to court, we've got 5 matches for you this afternoon, and you can see that the first of those matches is men's doubles. It features the World Championship silver medalists Ko and Yu from Korea. They're up against the Danes Mads Conrad Petersen and Jonas Rasmussen. Now, just before we get into this men's doubles, let me quickly tell you about what we can look forward to for the rest of the afternoon. After this, we're going to have mixed doubles and featuring the Olympic champion Lee Yong-dae with his new partner Ha Jung-eun. They're up against Japanese pair in that mix. Then women's singles and the former world number 2 Saina Nehwal up against the World Championship silver medalist from last year Chen Xiaoqie of Taipei. Women's doubles will follow that, Indonesians against Danes, and then the last of our 5 matches this afternoon will feature Lee Chong-wei, the world number 1, trying to get through to his 4th consecutive Korea Open final. Of course, he was champion in 2010. So that's what we've got lined up for you this afternoon. I'm Jill Clark, sitting alongside former England head coach Ian Wright. And Ian, there's nothing like getting a new season off to a dramatic start with a premier event, $1 million US prize money. That's a pretty good way to start 2012.
No, it's going to be a great start. Well, firstly, Happy New Year.
And to you.
It's going to be a great year. I mean, what a fantastic year. It's Olympic year. The big prize for everybody will be Olympics, but this Korean Open from last year really set a precedent last year, the first $1 million tournament last year, and I know all the players are really up for this one this year.
Yeah, of course, not only the extra prize money, extra points for premiers. Well, let's look first of all at the Danes, and there's Mads Conrad Petersen, the 23-year-old, although he's going to turn 24 next Thursday. So what a nice birthday present it would be if he was to progress a lot further through this Korean Open. Well, he and his partner, Jonas Rasmussen really is very, very experienced. There he is, the 34-year-old former world champion, of course, back in 2003 with Lars Borska. Now, you can see from their career win-loss records that they're a relatively new partnership, only formed their partnership at the Danish Open in 2010, and their win-loss record for last year, well, that translates into starting the year very well. They reached the final of the first Super Series event last year, which of course was Malaysia. So this, of course, the first tournament of 2012. World ranking of 12 at the moment, 15 tournaments, individual tournaments, towards that world ranking. First round, the Danes disposed of the English combination of Chris Adcock and Andrew Ellis in 2 straight games. Well, there are the Koreans, and my goodness, what a year they had last year. 3 titles, but perhaps best known for the fact that they reached the final of the World Championships in Wembley. Silver medalists at the World Championships, lost out, of course, to Kai and Fu, who won their 4th world title. That is an impressive win-loss record for last year, and that translates into 6 finals. Not only those 3 titles, 3 times beaten finalists as well. So for the Koreans, we're looking at Yu Yong-sung. He's the older of the 2 by just a year. He's 25. His partner, Go Sang-hyung, is 24. Now this, surprisingly, as we look at the umpire, David Turner and Eddie Rufianto, 2 court officials. This, surprisingly, is the first time that these 2 pairs have met. And I say surprisingly, because both pairs playing together now for over a year, and both highly successful. So I think it's fair comment, Ian, to say that the Koreans more successful, more consistently than the Danes.
Yeah, certainly. Danish pair had a flying start to the partnership, but to be honest, it tailed off towards the end of the year. Very often the case with new partnerships, nobody really knows them. The opponents struggle to find their game and find their tactics. But I think during the year, the Danes really just found out a little bit, I'd have to say. Whereas the Koreans really went from strength to strength.
On my right, is Conrad Peterson, Jonas Rasmussen, Denmark. On my left, Ko Seung-yeon, Yeongseong, Korea.
Well, no doubt where the support is going to lie, very much with the home players.
Love all. Play.
The Danes, the far side of the court, it's Conrad Peterson and Jonas Rasmussen. Up against the number 4 seeds, Ko Seung-yeon and Yu Young-sung. We've noticed already from opening day yesterday, of course they had qualifying on the Tuesday, but from the matches yesterday and the couple of matches that have been played already earlier today, there was very much adrift in this arena.
Yes, very much one end being quicker than the other end. I'd have to say it's been more difficult to attack from this side as we look at it. So the Korean pair, it's going to be more difficult for them to attack, slightly slower from this end. The Danish pair should have more success with their attacking play from the far end.
Of course, there's an awful lot of heating on in this Olympic gymnasium. And that is because it is minus temperatures outside. Very, very cold indeed. A number of the players from countries like Indonesia and Malaysia were talking to me yesterday and saying just how cold it is. Very strong athlete is Ko Seung-yeon. Powerful legs, powerful player. We made to wait. He's so clever, isn't he? Rasmussen reads the game so well.
Yeah, it's going to be a feature of this game. It's going to be Jonas Rasmussen who's going to try and get into that net position to try and create the attacking opportunities for his younger partner. That's just a good example there of how well he does read it.
Starting with such a good return of serve.
Yeah, it's going to be a key in this game. The Koreans do serve very well. One thing the Danes will know they have to do is be very, very sharp on return of serve.
I thought the Koreans yesterday in their first round match against the Chinese combination of Xiao Long and Qi Xinghan. Didn't start the quickest. Oh my goodness. Slipped on the carpets around there. Oh, looks all right. Mads Conrad. That's going to need some attention, isn't it? But going back to that point, Ian, I mean, the Koreans, burden of expectation, expected to do well on home soil, but they really didn't look impressive. They lost that opening game against the Chinese combination before winning 21-15 in the decider.
Yeah, I think it's been a feature of their play over the last sort of 6 months or so. They've tended to start games quite slowly, and they've carried that on into the new year by the looks of it. Get some running repairs here to the carpet.
Yes, I felt awfully nervous, I have to say. His foot on that carpet surround, and it just slipped away from him. As one of the young Danish coaches, what do you know about him?
Well, he's been around, he's done some work with the junior teams over the last few years, gradually working his way through the system. They have a very, very strong coach education system in Denmark. This is just another product of that system.
Coach education, something very dear to your heart, I know.
Yes. Yeah, something I spent a fair bit of time on, certainly in the last few years. But the Danish system is a very, very comprehensive coach education system. We do produce some good coaches.
And is that all set up academically, or is it through practical work with bringing them into the elite squads when a young developing coach, or is it a combination probably of both?
Yeah, they've got a nice blend. They've got a nice blend between theoretical study, some of the underpinning science, together with practical experience working with their regional age group structure.
Yeah.
Working up to the national junior level and then feeding through into the senior system. They've also got a very strong club system, so the coaches get very good experience working with the senior players in the domestic league as well.
Yeah. Yes, because there is a professional league as such, isn't there, in Denmark, and the club structure, and again in a lot of countries now, we've heard a lot of talk about the Chinese league, inter-club matches or inter-regional matches. We've had it in the Bundesliga in Germany for years and years.
Yeah, we're in Korea at the moment, obviously, for this tournament. They have a very, very strong coaching system in Korea, mainly attached to clubs and universities. They have a lot of full-time coaches and a good system of bringing coaches through. The Chinese system is a little bit different. Tends to be the national system tends to be a little bit apart from the regional system and the club system. But that will probably change now with the debut of the professional league. It'll be interesting to see which coaches are attached to the teams and how they actually relate to working with the national players from the national centre.
Yeah. Well, it's something I'm sure we'll expand on later on during the week, because I certainly remember a certain Lee Hyun-il, men's singles player here, of course, from Korea, actually left the national training setup and went and trained with his club team. Felt he was getting better coaching and a better setup. But we're back to play now on the men's doubles.
Another example at the moment so far, it's the Koreans that are creating more attacking opportunities. Danes again forced into those deep defensive positions.
9-4.
Semi-finalists last year, of course, this Korean pair. Lost out to another Danish combination, Mathias Boe and Carsten Morgensen. It may not have been the cleanest of hits, but it was certainly very effective.
Yeah, classic Danish play there. Mads Pedersen in the rear court. Hitting a good angle, creating the opportunity for Jonas in the forecourt. That's the formation that we're trying to get into.
Just wide. called by the umpire. Now, obviously, with the running repairs to the... Ooh, what did you think?
It did look as though he got a touch on that, didn't he?
Yeah. But it's yet to really ignite. I don't think the players are really settled in, what with all that interruption with the repairs to the court.
No rhythm so far developed in the game, really. It's been very nervy on serve and return situations. As I say, it's the Koreans who've created the more attacking opportunities so far. I'm sure the Danish coach there will be talking about, I think you can see it from body language there, he wants his players to get in and take the pace off and not play flat to this Korean pair, which is their strength, of course.
11-5. Play.
So 11-5 opening game.
Yeah, again, it's the Korean pair that take the attack. And they do, they look very, very strong at the moment. Again, Jonas forced to lift and his partner caught trying to get back into a defensive position, but really didn't have the time.
Service over. 6-12.
Former European Junior Men's Singles Champion, Mads Conrad. That's a bad misjudgment. My goodness, you can see the drift there, couldn't you? That shuttle really held up.
Over. 13-6.
Yeah, when he hit this, it looks like it was going a long way out. I can understand why he left it, but in the end, it's well in. So the problem, Koreans are able to drive from this end, knowing that the shuttle will hold up. They're able to put pace on in that flat game, and that's a game that really suits them. Again, Danes struggling to find a strong defensive formation.
I said he was strong.
Yeah, it's good, but I mean the problem the Danes have got here is that it's the Koreans again that are getting the attack a little bit too easily.
277.
It's not the quickest haul, that's strong hitting.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's about 172 miles per hour.
Service over. 7-15.
Forced to defend, that's just not going to work for them. They've really got to try and create their own attacking opportunities if they want to turn this game around.
Service over. 8-16.
It's a clever serve, changed the direction of the serve, took it wider. Partners quickly onto third.
Oh, he's just missed it. was a big, big gap down that forehand side.
17, 9.
Yeah, this is another gamble, the cross-court smash. Leaves themselves open to that straight drive, but just missed it. That absolutely pounced on it. Broken strings, he knew he had to make a difference. Yeah, I read this well. Saw the hesitation, the shuttle was dropping. Go quick to take that space in the forecourt, anticipate the drop. Good doubles. Credit to the Koreans, because that was perfection on the lift. They know about the drift. Yes, they're playing the arena very well at the moment, using the different in ends to good effect.
Service over. 10, 19.
Kang Hyun-jin. Opportunity. He knows it. A little rise there from Yu Young-sung. As he was lucky to get away with that. But they've certainly earned their game points, 10 of them. Only needed the one opportunity. And a really commanding performance in that opening game by the World Championship silver medalists from Korea. Number 4 seeds, Go Sung-hyun and Yu Young-sung. The opening game in 16 minutes, 21-10. Well, I suppose, Ian, for the Danish coach, a fair bit of work to do to... Does he try and change the tactics completely, or does he say to his players, right, OK, now you've got the better end, or how do you think he'll approach this?
I think he's really got to try and find some solutions with the first 3 shots, the serve, return and the third shot, because at the moment the Danes are really not creating enough attacking opportunities from those set situations at the beginning of the points. And as long as the Koreans are taking the attack, whichever end, I'm afraid they're going to be able to get through the Danish defence. So it's really about trying to put some more pressure on return of serve, try and mix the serves up a little bit as Jonas did towards the end of that game. He had a little run of points at the end, and just try and get some control in that area of the game. If they can't get control in that area of the game, it's going to be very difficult for them, because this Korean pair are very, very strong in attack. They have good combinations when they attack, they have very good understanding. It will be very difficult to win from on counter-attack against them. He's certainly using all of his allotted time. And part advice. Well, I wonder if yesterday's match against the Chinese combination of Liu and Chu, that's just sharpened up the Koreans, because they look almost a completely different pair at the start of this second round encounter. So as Ian Wright was suggesting in the interval, it will be interesting to see whether the Danes can really improve on the first 3 shots of the rally, because it tends to set the tone. Yeah, and the first point will be a little bit worrying for them. They managed to take the attack, but they really didn't get into a good attacking formation. The Koreans were able to take the attack back, and when they have the attack, so far in this match, they've been very effective. disappointed there. That was the easiest one of the lot, really. Created the opportunity. Played the point out well. He takes the first one, just feel he relaxed a little bit on the second one. That's a bad error.
Must have heard you, Ian.
Well, that's what they've got to do, and that was a great demonstration of it. They've got to get in and get control of these serve and return situations, and this is great doubles. Good serve, racket straight up, aggressively taking control of the tape. That's good play. Didn't waste it, really.
Yeah.
Won a point with a good short serve and attack at the net, and then flicks.
Yeah. What would be the logic to that, or do players just, probably in your opinion, no logic?
I think you've answered your own question. They've got to win this match. They've got to get control of the net area. So, having won a good point at the net, they need to keep the pressure on there, really.
Yeah. That's a beautiful drop shot too. What do you say in the north of England? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, or something. They've got a winning formula. Stick with it until. That's landed in.
5-2.
Yeah, certainly from this end you can be a little bit more aggressive with your lifts and your drives because it's going to hold up a little bit. It's just another example there. Felt it was going well into the back of the court when it was struck, but in the end, comfortably in.
Service over. 3-5.
He's trying, you can see what he's trying to do there. It's a good serve, got in quickly. Just mistimed the attack at the net a little bit there. It went up.
That's a super smash from Yu Young Sung.
4-5.
Yeah, good agility here to get round the head. Look at that one jump out from the centre.
Oh. Not quite as fast as his partner. Oh, well, I was going to say that's a great flick serve, but it's called a fault from Eddie Ruffianto. What did he say there?
It said racket head, but it was a late call, wasn't it? I think that's what the players are a little bit concerned about. But there's nothing wrong in the service, just taking a bit of time. It's okay.
As long as the right decision is made in the end, I think all players would have that sentiment.
Service over. 5-6.
Well, we saw at the Super Series finals, didn't we, Ian, with Ko Sung-kyung. He does like to serve very quickly. He hardly seems to get himself ready when he's wanting to serve, and in contrast, not this Danish pair, but another Danish combination seemed to take a long time. And of course, when the two pairs were playing against each other, that was spot on the line. Well, Ian's just pointed out to me that was called long. We had, of course, the benefit of seeing it again. And it was plumb on the line. So the Koreans into the lead. 4-6 down. Oh, that one was wide.
Yeah, they're very dangerous on Ko's service. It's a very quick serve and he tends to win quick points with it. He's looking for short exchanges. It's a very aggressive service, if that makes sense. I know it's a short serve, but he's very quick after it. So again there.
Unbelievable defence initially, but good concentration from Mads Conrad.
7, 8.
Yeah, good aggressive play in the forecourt, and that's what they need. Driving the Koreans back into a deep defensive formation there, keeping them off that net position.
In it. 7, 8. Oh, that's clever.
Good variety on the service from Jonas. Wide flick, anticipating the smash. Taking an aggressive stance in defence and using the space straight.
Between success and failure, absolutely minute. Have a little look at the top of the tape, didn't it?
Yeah, right thing, right shot, trying to take the attack for his team. Just didn't fall for him.
Found the gap again. Makes it look so simple. You don't necessarily see such a big gap there within the rally, but somehow he does see it.
Yeah, clever. He took the pace off the shot before. Koreans trying to put pace off, pace on the shuttle. That means it's going up. That creates the space.
Positive here in the start of the second game, the Danes.
Yeah, that's good again. Again, pace off from the rear court allows him to get up the court, gives himself the time to move forward. We see both Danes very, very high on the court there and control that net position, as we talked about earlier.
That's a clever return from Go Sung-hyun. He's all level. Perhaps not as agile nowadays as when he won that world title back in 2003. So it's the Koreans who have the advantage at the mid-game interval, and just the narrowest of possible advantages, just 1 point. Look how early he takes that. Beautiful from Yoo Young-sung. Lunging forward. So Ian, I want to pick up on something you said just a moment ago about an aggressive low serve, because so many people perhaps watching badminton and badminton fans, you know, in certain sports, you know, it's almost that the serve is just the start of the rally. In badminton, it's crucial. And a good low serve is a very aggressive shot, because if your opponent can't attack it, then it is aggressive.
Yes, if you can get the shuttle just below net height and force your opponent to take it from just below net height, that means you can get your racket up and you can dominate that net position. And that's what Ko does so well. And as I say, it's a quick service. Doesn't give his opponents much time to settle. And score a lot of points on it.
And the Koreans up against one of the Most tactically astute of all men's doubles players in the world, Jonas Rasmussen once again finding the space.
Yeah, we can see there it's not a real power smash, but so well placed and created the space, got one player out of position. He knows his partner will move across to try and cover him, uses the space the other side. It's a very clever play.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable to me that you say not a very powerful smash, it's still 150 miles per hour. Compare that to tennis and it just shows how fast this sport is.
Yeah, used to hit it a little bit harder than that though.
Yes.
It's good again.
We're involving the net player a lot more.
Yep, and I'm sure that was the coaching. We talked about it in the interval between the games. The Danes have really got to get on that net position. We see here, staying high up the court, fighting for control of that net, driving the Koreans deeper into the court.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, same again, committing to that front court, not giving the Koreans time to move in, stepping in, driving them off again, and look, not giving the Koreans time to set up in defence at all.
Goodness, he got that quickly for that, didn't he?
Service over. 13. Oh.
Yeah, great agility and well placed as well. Good angle down the centre of the court.
Here we go again. Umpire's going to have to keep a tight watch on this. David Turner.
13.
The court will need to be mopped of the perspiration. It's gone long. Oh, fabulous rally.
15-13.
Yeah, really good rally. Both pairs having their opportunities on attack during that rally. Good fight for the net position. Both pairs trying to take the attack all the time. Men's doubles.
All four men breathing quite heavily. Goodness. Oh, that's a fabulous placement of the smash from Yu Yong-sung.
16-13.
Good agility from Conrad there. He's quickly up. The smash is just too well placed into that right hip.
Once again, good placement this time from Go Sung Hyun.
17-13.
Yeah, again, good combination play. You getting in and creating the time for his partner to hit that winning smash down the centre.
And they've just suddenly piled on the pace, haven't they? From 12-13 down. 6 straight points. My goodness, a different complexion on this second game. Just walking away rather than waiting for Rasmussen. Oh, wonderful. What disguise.
19-13.
Yeah, really good play here. We're going to see it. Keeps the speed of the racket head and just cuts across the shuttle. Look at that. Looks for all the world as though he's going to hit really, really hard and just cuts across the shuttle. Brings it down really steeply.
Oh, it's landed in. Well, on a run of 8 straight points.
10-13.
From being adrift in this second game, all of a sudden, up their intensity. And the World Championship silver medalists. Match points. Only needed the one. Well, 9 straight points from 12-13 down. Oh my goodness, they are a class pair. Had to work hard at the start of the second. The Danes managed to up their game. But in the end, the number 4 seeds from Korea, Ko Sung Hyun and Yoo Young Sung, victory over the Danes, 21-10, 21-13 in 36 minutes of play. Well, the Danes will be a little bit disappointed that they fell away really a little too quickly for their liking towards the end of that second game.
Yes, again, it was a little run of points, wasn't it, from Ko that was decisive. As I say, they're very, very effective when he's on service.
So there we can see confirmation that the first of our 5 matches this afternoon won by Koreans. Koreans involved, of course, in the next match, which is mixed doubles. Then we've got women's singles and the former world number 2, Saina Nehwal of India, up against the World Championship silver medalist from last year, Chen Xiaoqie of Taipei. And then women's doubles, and how wonderful to see Gracia Polli back to full fitness after a shoulder injury, playing with Johari. Then the number 8 seeds, they're up against the Danes of Kruse and Ropka. And then, of course, the last of our 5 matches this afternoon is men's singles. The former champion and current world number 1, Lee Chong-wei, against Song Won-ho of Korea. So plenty more action to come. Day 2 of main draw competition, of course, here. And the next match on court is mixed doubles. The Olympic champion, Lee Yong-dae, now playing with Ha Jung-lung, up against the Japanese pair of Shintaro Ikeda and Reiko Shiota. Of course, as we wait for the mixed doubles players to come onto court, neither of these pairs seeded in this Korean Open. My goodness, what a pedigree Lee Yong-dae has in mixed doubles. Able to enjoy some of the highlights from that men's doubles, which first half of the first game, a little bit slow for the players to get going, but my goodness, once they had, we saw some dynamic, exciting rallies. men's doubles complete, and a very comprehensive victory for the number 4 seeds, Ko Sung-hyun and Yu Young-sung, safely through to the quarterfinal. Of course, they were semi-finalists last year. They'll be hoping to do better this year, I'm sure, in front of their home fans, but the home fans will be treated to more home players in the next match on our centre court, because it features the Olympic champion Lee Yong-dae and his mixed doubles partner here this year, Ha Jong-eun, and they're up against the Japanese combination of Shintaro Ikeda and Reiko Shiota. So, of course, in a new year, a new Super Series, and for the second year now, Premier Super Series events. And I know you and I talked at length when we were in Luzhou about the impact of Premier events on the Super Series, and you know, it's continued through to this, but you alluded to it when we first started this afternoon about the importance of this year. It's not only the Super Series, the Premier events, which everybody wants to win. Of course, we're in the Olympic qualifying period at the moment, and this event is big points for players hoping to qualify for the London Olympic Games.
Yes, the Premier events carry extra points for qualifying, and as such they're critical not only for the qualifying places but also the seeding positions, which a lot of these top players will be desperate to go into the Olympic with a good seeding position to look for a slightly easier route through. So these events are really critical.
So there is the current Olympic champion, Lee Yong-dae. What a superstar he is in this country. And already some of the fans know that he's about to be called onto court. And of course, just before they do come on, Ian, just explain how the Olympic format has changed for London as opposed to 4 years ago in Beijing when it was a straight knockout competition. Now will be played the initial stages in group sections.
Yes, it's a new initiative for these games. In the past, the Olympics has always been a straight knockout format, but this time it'll be played on a group format, which will create some more interesting situations, and it'll be really interesting to see how that unfolds. We saw in Luzhou a little bit in the Super Series finals that there was the feeling that some of the players didn't cope as well with the group situations as the straight knockout, so it'll be really interesting when London comes around.
Well, it certainly will. But back to the job in hand as far as all these players are concerned, and that's getting through the second round encounters and progressing further and further in this $1 million Victor Korea Open for 2012. Well, as far as Lee Yong-dae is concerned, he's won a Korean Open title. There he is. He's won a title here on home soil at the Korean Open for 5 straight years. That means he started winning titles here when he was just 18 years of age. Isn't that extraordinary? Well, there, confirmation that he and his partner are not seeded. Current world ranking of 12. And their win-loss record for last year, in case you're thinking that's not very many, well, they didn't play many tournaments together. Only 13 tournaments, because at the start of the year they were both playing with different partners. Ha Jong-eun, 24 years of age. Her partner is only 23. And of course, Ha Jong-eun used to play mixed doubles with the man we've just seen in the men's doubles, Ko Sung-hyun. Really successful they were too, reached the final for All England a couple of years ago as qualifiers. So to their opponents, and Shintaro Ikeda, number 8 in the world rankings, but not actually seeded here. And their win-loss record last year translates into reaching 2 finals, the German Open and the Russian Open. Both of those Grand Prix events, but they qualified for the Super Series finals and reached the semi-final of the Super Series finals, so had a great end of year. And the extraordinary thing about both the Japanese players, and they're both bronze medalists from World Championships in level doubles back in 2007. Ikeda won his bronze medal with Sakamoto, and Chioto won her her bronze medal with Okura. But since then, both of their doubles partners have retired from international competition, and therefore they took up the mixed doubles. And Ian, is it fair comments, or perhaps I'm being a little harsh to say that it took them a little while to really develop into mixed doubles pairs? Because, I mean, I thought that they were both so successful in level doubles, but they didn't seem to enjoy success in mixed doubles initially when they teamed up together.
No, neither of them had played 2 events. They both concentrated on level doubles, and it certainly took them some time to adjust. And you would have to say that their combination is a little bit special. It's a little bit different to most of the traditional mixed pairs we see, and that stems from the fact that they both, you know, were level double specialists for many, many years.
Well, the umpire and service judge, I can tell you, have been changed from the official list, and that's maybe because matches on adjoining courts have been changed. I can actually tell you that it's Eddie Ruffianto and David Turner. Once again, they were on the last match and on duty again here in our second televised match. Well, as far as the Koreans are concerned, they had a first round victory over their teammates, the qualifiers, Yoo Young-sung and Jang Ye-na. 2 straight games, but it was tough 2 games, 22-20, 24-22. And as far as the Japanese pair, what a wonderful result they had yesterday in the first round against the number 6 seeds from Thailand, Sukhit Praprakkamal and Sarali Thongthongkam. That one in 2 straight games as well.
Japan. And on one now, Yeongdae Ha Jung-eun, Korea.
The umpire just announcing the players to the crowd. And home fans will need no introduction to Lee Yeongdae. No serve is just short of the mark. Now, we were noticing that Ha Jung-eun at the Super Series finals in Luzhou was struggling with her low serve. She was playing women's doubles, of course.
Yes, yes, certainly seems to have lost confidence on her short service over the last couple of months. That's sure. It'll be really interesting to see how she goes in this game.
Yeah, also interesting, I guess, because this is the 3rd meeting between the 2 pairs, and the previous 2 encounters have both been won by the Koreans. All of those previous matches last year, and both in quarter-final stages. Danish Open and US Grand Prix. Of course, with the Koreans going on to win that US Grand Prix title, they obviously won that encounter. Well, I think in general terms, in this arena with the drift, physicality is going to come into every encounter, isn't it?
Yes, you would expect so. I think this is a really interesting match, though, Jill. You know, for a lot of different reasons. These are 2 pairs over the last 6 months who've had a steady climb up the world rankings, and with 6 or 7 months left to the Olympics, they're 2 pairs who I think will be really looking to be very competitive in those Olympics. Certainly the Japanese pair bring something different to the game. We've already seen a couple of rallies where Shiota's perfectly happy to stay off the net position, go to the rear court, very strong there from a level double days. And we've seen an example here of Lee Yeongdae, how he's happy to go into the net position. So we've got 2 slightly different different mixed styles in this matchup. Here we see it, perfectly happy to move in and take the net position as he would in his doubles partnership.
This Korean combination did actually play together back in 2005. And apart from the US Grand Prix event that they won last year, their only other title as a pair, Mongolian International, back in 2005, when Lee was only 16 years of age.
Yeah, fairly classic from the Koreans. They like to go and play challenger events with their junior teams, rather than the more traditional route of playing junior world circuit tournaments. The Koreans like to get their young players into senior tournaments early, so they start slightly lower down the ranking of tournaments, and they like the challenger tournaments for their young players, and they're still doing that today and getting some very good results just before Christmas in the European challenger events that are taking place in December.
Well, you can't argue with their success and the way they've brought players through. It's obviously seems to be a very good route.
Yeah, no, I remember seeing Ra Kyu-min in the Welsh Open as a young 13-year-old singles player. And she was very good.
Ra Kyu-min, of course, now married to one of our colleagues just sitting down to the right of us, Kim Dong-moon. They certainly were living in Canada. Are they still living and coaching in Canada?
No, Ra Kyu-min's accepted a job over here. She's come back and is coaching for her old team, actually. And she's head coach of one of the biggest clubs over here.
No, it's gone wide. No, she's been struggling with this low serve. He's so early onto those half-court pushes, isn't he? Brings his base further up the court, Lee Yong-gae.
Yeah, we'll see it here. Hits one smash and immediately moves forward, takes the next shuttle even earlier. Gives his opponents very little time to get into defensive position.
Yeah, good judgment. Almost seemed to change his mind.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
Super low serve. That's your aggressive low serve, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a great serve. Well placed as well.
So into the mid-game interval, Korean combination with a 4-point advantage. Just 7 minutes. They look a much better organised mixed doubles pair, don't they, the Koreans, to me, in these, even in these early stages. They look far more comfortable with each other, whereas you sort of think that the Japanese pair already are sort of been pulled out of position 1 or 2 occasions.
Yeah, Japanese pair tend to play that style though, don't they? They play a very mobile game. What they do is they keep their intensity very high. So if the Koreans at any stage just drop the level slightly, you know this Japanese pair will be there and they'll find a way of getting into the game. They're a very competitive team. They really fight very, very hard, and although sometimes it doesn't look very pretty, they're very effective.
Point in case. Or case in point, rather.
Yeah, nice play from Shiotta, setting it up for a partner, and he finds the space well.
Terrific angle.
Yeah, set up for his partner. His partner takes the pace off. That creates time for Lee Young-dae to get into position, and he places the shuttle so well. Doesn't waste any energy there. It's more about placement than power.
Oh, clever. What were you saying about change of pace? Beautiful.
Yeah, the opposite this time. It's Lee Young-dae driving the Japanese into deep defensive positions, and this is part of the taking the pace off and using the space that's been created. Good teamwork. Just signs, aren't they? The last serve was a flick serve. That's a short serve in the net.
That's at least 3 errors on low serve. Oh, how did she get that back? What a rally. Unbelievable. Oh, tremendous. Well, even Shiotta has to smile at that. Goodness me, early on there was a defensive shot from Ha Jung-eun that was absolutely extraordinary. That rally just showing how difficult it is to get the shuttle on the ground.
Another great serve there.
that's nice.
11-15.
Yeah, stands tall here. Partner serve short. Shot quick to anticipate the mid-court push. Nice block.
Right idea, wrong execution, trying to just clip the shuttle down. Almost seemed to run out of ideas there. Ikeda. Yeah, that movement. That's a beautiful example, isn't it? The Japanese pair, the two players spread wide apart from each other in the court, whereas the Koreans seem to be moving in unison. Such a good understanding.
That's not a great serve again, I have to say.
12-17.
A few words of encouragement, I think, from a partner. As you say, Joe, just one or two signs that the Japanese pair are getting a little bit frustrated. Drawn into a fast flat game with Hyundai is probably not the way for them to go.
No. Oh, string's gone in his racket. Yeah, that's why he made the error.
Yeah, bit unlucky there. Created the opportunity.
Just turned 31, there's Ikeda. So 19-12, opening game. Oh, that's well played.
Yeah, this is good. Sign of the confidence he's got in his partner. Prepared to fully commit in the net position.
Goodness gracious. Well, I suppose it wasn't the tightest of net shots, but how well Ha Jung-eun read the situation here. Just moving forward. To a certain degree, you create your own luck. Right position, right time. And it now means that the Koreans have 7 game points. It's a tentative serve again.
Soma, 14-20.
Yeah, good return though from Shota. I think Lee Hyundai had anticipated straight return. Just turned it back onto his body and forced him to hit the shuttle upwards.
Seemed to up his pace in that rally. Ikeda.
Following in quarter 3, men's doubles match number 17 between Kanya, Huan China versus Golden Ikeda, Michael Dominic Thailand. Umpire, Kanya Korea.
Oh, that's clever.
First judge, Korea.
And then Ikeda played them into trouble by playing the cross-court net shots. Put away with ease in the end by Lee Hyundai. And that means that Lee Hyundai and Ha Jung-eun take the opening game. 21-15 in 19 minutes of play. Well, Ian, you and I have talked at great length about other players who've been struggling with low serves. Seems to happen an awful lot with the women who play doubles, because there is a lot of pressure. It's a very, very important shot, possibly the most important shot. To get a good low serve, it sets up the tone of the rally. You can then hunt the third shot. And from a coach's point of view, what do you say to a player? Because it surely all becomes psychological. We all know they technically have got good serves.
Yeah, I'm sure that when Ha's practicing in a practice hall, she serves perfectly well, no problem at all. It's the match situation, and therefore, as a coach, it's very, very difficult. I mean, it really is, as you say, it's a psychological problem. You can involve sports psychologists very often. I've seen one or two strategies that have worked well for players from sports psychologists, where they give them routines to follow, or they work with some imagery type routines for them to prepare before matches and during matches. But once a service goes and once players lose confidence in the service, it's very, very difficult to turn it around. You know, this is the calendar now is 12 months of the year. There's no real time away to have a break and to sort yourself out. You're playing week in, week out. There's a lot of pressure on these players these days.
It's extraordinary to me, because we see that opening rally here of the second game, and Ha Jung-eun very aggressive in her positioning, very aggressive in hunting the shuttle. So you would think that she's got confidence, and yet when she's standing to serve, oh, that was a nice serve. Perhaps that's going to give her a little more confidence to be able to repeat that time and time again. But somehow her whole demeanour looks tentative when she's going to serve, where in comparison to the rest of the game she oozes confidence.
Yeah, but I mean, there are situations, certainly in matches she's played the last 6 months, where a service has gradually dragged down the rest of the game. And she's a very, very good all-court player, very good ladies doubles player, top mix player. But there are times where when a service has gone, confidence in the rest of the game has also suffered.
Clever. Yeah, nice play from Ikeda.
Yeah, and that's a typical Japanese rally. I mean, they've come back there, they lost the first point in a good classic mid-court mixed rally where the Koreans dominated the mid-court and net position the next rally. Japanese moving the shuttle around, staying in the rally, keeping their margins, keeping the shuttle on the court. they always keep pressure on their opponents. You always have to play well. If you lapse a little bit against this Japanese pair, they'll be there and they'll be scoring points.
Japanese pair, since they took up mixed doubles and started playing together, they've had a whole string of very good results, beating the likes, we've already mentioned, Sukkit and Sara Lee from Thailand. They've also beaten Lee Sheng-mu and Chen Yu-chin, who of course were bronze medalists at the 2010 World Championships, beaten Nathan Robertson and Jenny Warwick, highly rated British pair, beaten Robert Matusiak, Nadia Ziba, former world number ones. So they've had very good results, but they've never actually won a tournament. They keep improving, they have good results, but they haven't as yet followed it all the way through to a title.
No, but you just have the feeling it's coming, don't you? I mean, as I say, their rise up the ranking has been very steady.
Yeah.
You know, they've made themselves into a very consistent pair. They don't lose bad matches.
No.
You know, and as I say, they'll play their level in this match, and if the Koreans just lapse a little bit, they'll be there. So they're a very solid pair now, and with 7, 8 months to go to the Olympics, you know, they'll still be looking to get up and get into a seeded position.
Only 16 pairs, of course, at the Olympic Games, so will they have 8 seeds, 2 seeds in each group?
With the group system, they will. If it was a knockout, they'd just be the 4 seeds.
Yep.
But with the group situation, they'll be seeding two pairs in each group, so a top 8 position, qualifying position, would give you a seeding position.
Yeah. And then within the group, divided 4 groups of 4, of course, and then the top 2 go through to the knockout stage in the quarterfinals. Yep. Right. Seeding very, very important.
Well, big difference, huge difference between finishing 8th and 9th, you'd have to say.
Yeah.
It will make a huge difference to your chances of going through. So these Premier events with the extra points are absolutely critical to these types of pairs here.
Yeah, very much so. But of course, we shouldn't forget that when Lee Yong-dae won his Olympic gold medal, he qualified at number 10 in the mixed doubles ranking.
He did. Again, it was a combination that was created during the qualifying period. They came late onto the scene, and to very good effect in the end.
Yeah.
With a little bit of help from the British pair, knocking out the seeded pair in the first round.
Oh, it's so clever. Lovely play from Lee Yong-dae.
Yeah, great example of the racket work of Lee Yong-dae. So good around his body, so quick with his reactions, able to change the direction almost from anywhere.
Oh, that's nice too. Good rally.
Yep, and good pressure from the Japanese pair here. This time they're able to drive the Koreans off this net position. We see the drive there, forcing hard to retreat, and that creates the space. Good play.
Oh, it's just long. It's good judgment. Oof, 276. That's his fastest of the day so far, but not the fastest of the day. 277, wasn't it, from Ko Sung-hyun?
how frustrated she is with that service. As you say, in general play, she's playing really well in this match, but just that one weakness.
And I don't wish to put a dampener on things, Ian, but, you know, to win gold medals at Olympic Games, to have one aspect of your game that is such a glaring weakness is... two things don't really seem to go together, do they? Winning gold medals and not being able to low serve.
No, and when Li Yunde won that gold in Beijing, I think he was playing with probably the best server.
Yes, Li Hojung.
Li Hojung had a fantastic service. He was so confident in that area of the game. And for the male player, it's so much easier to play behind a good short serve. Than, you know, even when Ha gets a good serve into play, Li Yunde's not really ready for it. You know, he's expecting to be on the defence. So even when she gets a good serve, he's maybe not in the best position to take advantage of it. Whereas with his ex-partner, he was always on the front foot.
That's magnificent.
9-7.
Good serve out wide. Read the situation. Knew what her partner was doing. Looks to be under so much pressure and all of a sudden turns it around.
Yeah, his racket work around his body is really quite exceptional. Here he's retreating, he's not played a great shot, but he gets out of trouble so well. A little looky there. Point well played by the Japanese, but just making the error at the crucial time.
Oof. Oh my goodness, I think you make your own minds up there. Called out. Oh, what a return of serve.
Well, that was a good serve. No reward for it. Super net tumble return.
Goodness me. Well, to the mid-game interval, the Japanese have the advantage. How did he get that back? Didn't just get it back, got it back with interest. Well, all of a sudden, this is very interesting indeed.
It's as we've been saying though, Jill, Japanese sticking to their task, fighting hard, keeping the intensity very, very high. As I say, doesn't always look pretty, doesn't look like traditional mix, but good intensity, good pace, really good mobility from both of them, and they're right in it.
Leonie Maneki, coach there. They're pretty happy with the performance so far here in this second game. Oh, the flick serve is long. It's not the way you want to come out of an interval, is it? Gifting a point to your opponents. Great rally.
Yeah, you can see the Japanese gradually getting into more and more trouble during that rally, pulled all over the place, and eventually leaving a huge gap. Yeah, he knows he was outmanoeuvred there.
Back level. Collective gasp from the crowd as they found the net.
Yeah, initially it was very good defence to get the attack, to create the attacking opportunity. Tried to hit the angle rather than the pace, but just overdid it. Brought it down into the top of the net. Again, Lee Young-dae quick to anticipate the drop shot. Quickly into the net. Here we see it. So quick to get in. Change the direction.
Good placement once again. There wasn't much of a gap in between the two Japanese players. It threaded the needle.
Yeah, again, no real power. Well, I say that's pretty quick, but it's the placement that wins rather than the pace. Really didn't seem to hit that very hard, did he? But that's quick.
Certainly is. 164 miles per hour. Overdone it. One thing I always think about this Japanese pair, Ian, is how much they seem to enjoy playing. Even when there's an error like that, they look at each other, a little smile, keep encouraging each other. Koreans now with a 2-point cushion. Oh, that's clever. all sorts of trouble early on in that rally with the Koreans. They turned it around. And I have to say, Ian, I always love watching Lee Yong-dae because he's always playing every rally as if it was the Olympic game medal point. Such commitment, such work ethic. Absolutely tremendous.
Good mixed again. Lee Yong-dae, good angle down to the centre of the court, and Ha just stepping off, anticipating the interception. Again, doesn't try and hit it hard, concentrates on bringing it down nice and steeply.
Well, from 13 all, 5 straight points, and it's posed a very, very different complexion on this second game, and indeed the match. When you consider they were 9-11 down at the mid-game interval. That's a good rally again.
That's a really good rally. Just have the feeling Lee Yong-dae's enjoying this at the moment. Saw a full repertoire of strokes there. In the end, though, the Japanese were able to survive. As I say, they really are a battling pair, aren't they?
Very much so. But that's the Japanese style. I think in general, all 5 disciplines, all their athletes, great fighters on court, good work ethic. Good skill.
20 match point.
And now 6 match point opportunities. It was an ambitious shot to try, but I suppose when you're on 5 match points.
20.
Second time of asking. And job well done by Lee Yong-dae and Ha Jong-eun. 21-15. 21-15. Symmetry in the scoreline. He's probably the player above all others that the fans here have come to see. Absolute megastar, but you need 2 pairs to make a good match. And let's not forget that Ikeda and Shiota played their part too. But there's confirmation of the score, 21-15, 21-15 in 41 minutes of play. despite the fact that Ha Jung-eun struggling to find consistency with her low serve. When they get into the rally, Koreans do look a very polished pair. So victory to them. That sees them through to the quarter-final. And they will play either the Indonesians. In fact, the Indonesians have already played, haven't they? Ian, did the Indonesians win? Yes, he's giving me the thumbs up. Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Natsi are the number 4 seeds. That's who Lee Yong-dae and Ha Jung-eun will meet in the quarter-final stage tomorrow. So there's confirmation of the 2 matches we've had so far. Next on court will be women's singles, then we'll have women's doubles, and then the last of our 5 matches this afternoon. Lee Chong-wei, world #1, champion here in 2010, beaten finalist in 2009, lost out to a certain Peter Gader, and then lost out in the final last year as well to Lin Dan of China. So 3 consecutive finals here for Lee Chong-wei at the Korean Open, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to make it 4 finals in a row at the very least. And of course, perhaps we should mention Peter Gader in the men's singles, because of course the former champion, Peter Gader, 35 years of age now, he lost in the first round yesterday to Du Pengyu. But before the women's singles players come onto court, let's just enjoy some of the highlights from that mixed doubles. So we await for our women's singles players onto court. It will be the former world #2, Saina Nehwal of India, up against Chen Xiaoqie of Taipei. And of course, Chen Xiaoqie, twice a world championship medalist, including last year as silver medal. But women's singles draw in, well, looks top-heavy at the moment when we look at the overall draw of round 2 of competition, because all 4 seeds still surviving in the top half of the draw, where, of course, Saina Nehwal is the number 4 seed. Bottom half of the draw, only 2 seeds remaining, and disappointment for home fans, especially with the demise of Sung Ji-hyun, the number 8 seed, in the first round yesterday. But Saina Nehwal, number 4 seed this year, against Chen Xiaoqie of Taipei. Of course, the other seed to be beaten yesterday in the bottom half of the draw, another former world #1, Wang Sin, number 3 seed, went down to Bae Young-ju of Korea. And I can tell you that Bae Young-ju has already played her 2nd round encounter today and won in 3 games against the qualifier, Pai Seong-ma.
Following in court #1, women's singles match #1 between Saina Nehwal of Malaysia versus Chen Xiaoqie, Chinese Taipei. Umpire, counting to Korea. Service judge, All-White Hong Kong, China. And line judges are Lee Yi.
So the women's singles players come onto court, and two former World Junior champions. Saina Nehwal from India won the World Junior Championships in 2008 on home soil. And Cheng Xiaoxie, of course, was World Junior Champion in Vancouver, Canada back in 2004. And the very next year at the World Championships, picked up a bronze medal. My goodness, that was one of the biggest surprises of World Championships, her bronze medal. And then she struggled for a little while, got very downhearted after the Olympic Games in Beijing, when she lost first round to the eventual silver medalist Xie Jinfang. So last year, her win-loss record 33 and 19, and that translates into 3 finals, winning 2 titles. Although one of those titles didn't count towards her world ranking. That was the World University Championships, where she won gold. For Saina Nehwal, well, current world number 4, and last year, well, they've been talking in the Indian press about what a lean period she had last year, because of course for her only 1 title, whereas she'd won 5 titles in 2010, and there's been a lot of talk about her lack of form. I personally think that's very harsh indeed. I think that she has steadily been there or thereabouts in all the major tournaments, but you could briefly see she was in great form. As we look at our court officials for this women's singles, she was in great form in the first round against Scotland's Susan Egglestoff. 21-5, 21-6. That really was a very one-sided encounter. So for Cheng Xiaoxie, she had Japanese opposition in the first round in the form of the left-handed Sayaka Sato. 2 straight games there. And you can see that this is the 3rd meeting between the 2 players. And the last meeting was the semi-final of the Indonesian Super Series event last year. And as you've just seen, 3 tough games. In fact, both of their previous encounters were 3 games. So as far as Cheng Xiaoxie is concerned, she, not the tallest of athletes, 158. It's only just higher than the net, isn't it, Ian? That's 5'2" and a quarter. And the net, I think, in the middle is 5 foot. Is that right?
That's right.
Well, there she is. What she lacks in height, she's a great character. She'll no doubt be throwing herself around the court in an effort to retrieve the shuttle.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Saina Nehwal, India. On my left, Cheng Xiaoxie, Chinese Taipei. Saina Nehwal to serve the ball. Play.
So the number 4 seed, Saina Nehwal, far side of the court as we look down. Cheng Xiaoxie, silver medalist at the World Championships in Wembley last year. What a tournament she had. 26 years of age, Cheng Xiaoxie, 26 and 1 day. Celebrated her birthday yesterday. And so did another badminton player here at the Korean Open, Vita Marisa. It was her birthday yesterday too. Now I say that Cheng Xiaoxie is a great character. She's got the most incredible, easy, relaxed hitting style. She's got great skills. Look at that backhand. And therefore very different. I mean, I think Saina Nehwal is a very compact player.
Yes, it's an interesting matchup, this one, I have to say. I felt Saina looked somewhere back close to her best in the final of the Super Series 3 weeks ago. Thought she grew in confidence throughout the tournament and played exceptionally well. And Cheng, you just never know what you're going to get, really. she's a player that can beat everybody in the world, but you just never know what you're going to get on any given day.
Yes, of course, we should mention that Saina Nehwal reached the final of the Super Series finals 3 weeks ago in Hangzhou. And in fact, beat Wang Xin, former world #1, en route, and that was her second victory over Wang Xin last year. Lost out in the final to world champion Wang Yihan. And of course the problem, I suppose, Ian, is when a player enjoys so much success as Saina Nehwal did at such a young age, that so many of the media and fans back home in India sort of expect it to happen at every tournament, and that's just not humanly possible. It doesn't happen really for any player in any sport, and she's still very young. She's only 21 years of age. She's still a developing player.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of pressure on her in India from the media, but I think no one puts more pressure on Saina than Saina herself. She expects to win every time she goes on court. She's a great competitor. And last year she had the slight ankle injury, and we've spoken about it before, but I felt she came back a little bit early from that, and she lost a little bit of confidence in that period. But also she really had some terrible draws in the middle part of the year where she was drawing unseeded Chinese players when she wasn't 100% fit, and just had a slight loss of confidence. But that will happen with all players as they develop. And as you say, she's a top player, and she certainly showed that 3 weeks ago in the Super Series finals.
And these, in all honesty, are two of the players that we've been talking a lot about over the last 12 months. We've been talking about in the past the dominance of China in the women's singles, and you've been talking about players from Thailand, Taipei, Saina, and there's another young Indian girl, she was in the qualifying here, Sindhu, and you know, there's a lot of youngsters that really are challenging for the titles, and whereas in the past we've always assumed, wrongly so, that if one Chinese player doesn't win it, then it'll be one of the other Chinese players. But now it's wide open. It's a very exciting time, and these are two of the players that are making it so exciting.
Absolutely. Either one of these players could win an Olympic medal, let's be clear. Saina, I think, will need to go in confidence. She'll want to go in with a high seeding position. She'll want to be in the top 4 in that seeding position to sort of have the easier draw, whereas for Cheng it's probably less important to her. She probably likes being the underdog. She won't mind playing maybe one of the Chinese players a little bit earlier on, where the pressure's on the opponent rather than herself. So two different characters, two different types of competitors.
8 2.
See a top player leave a shuttle that far in.
Oh, she's struggling to find her range at the moment, is Cheng Xiaoqie. Overdone it, missed it.
Service over. 30 10.
tried it a second time.
11,
Ambitious perhaps on the second occasion. An 8-point advantage at the mid-game interval. And I certainly wasn't expecting this, Ian.
Cheng's a player who likes to play counter-attack. Sina's playing a very, very good tactical game here, not giving her anything to feed on. She's being very patient and building the rallies, not forcing the rallies. And that's posing a lot of problems at the moment for Cheng tactically.
Just 6 minutes. So what does Chen Xiaoxie have to do then?
Photo 1, 20 seconds.
Has to be patient herself, really, just to try and draw Sina into attacking a little bit more so that she gets some counter-attacking opportunities. But whether she wants to do that in this first game being so far down, we'll soon see.
11, 3, play.
That's drifted wide.
12, 3.
Same again, Sina not drawn into hitting the smash down the line, and that doesn't give Cheng any pace to feed on. She just forces the shuttle out to the back of the court.
That's better.
Service over. 4, 30.
Yeah, she's not tall, but she gets up early to intercept that. A little bit short from Sina. Nice precision with the cross slice.
Trying it a second time, a little shake of the head, and I can understand why. Based in Hyderabad now, Saina Nehwal. Brought up in Haryana, northwest India. Chen Xiaoxie's coaches, I don't think, too impressed at the moment.
No, she's never got going, has she, in this first game?
I mean, Ian, you're such an experienced coach yourself. What do you do with a player that's got so much talent as this lady has? There's no question of that. But here we are, you know, I've talked about the fact she's been in the final of the World Championships last year, and she's playing so far. You said it, you never know what you're going to get. How do you as a coach deal with that or prepare for a match with a player of this sort?
Sometimes you have to accept with some players that they're not capable of playing consistently week in and week out. They have to actually be in the right mental condition to give a top performance. They need something extra to motivate them. So it's a different sort of preparation. You've got two completely different characters here. Sina, who's so concentrated, she's desperate to win every single match. And Cheng, who can turn up one week and really not be that interested. You know, it's a different type of preparation of this player, and you have to sort of try and push them into a certain direction of where they're going to peak and when they're going to try and get their big results to get their ranking and to get, you know, and to win their medals. She's proved she can win medals at major championships, which so far Sina's struggled to do. But if you look at the world ranking, there's a world of difference between the two of them.
Yeah.
50.
of the interesting dynamics with Cheng this year, of course, is the emergence of a couple of other younger players from Taiwan, which maybe will sort of change her outlook. She's been really the undisputed #1 for a long time now. Maybe the emergence of 1 or 2 younger players will cause a change in attitude. It'll be interesting to follow.
Yeah, of course, one of those younger players, Tai Su Ying, had some super results this year. Yeah, it was the right idea because Saina Nehwal was moving backwards in court.
That's what I was talking about. When you do put pace on, she's very quick to change the direction. She's a very good counter puncher. It was a much more constructive rally there, and eventually Saina tempted into smashing off balance and immediately pays the penalty. Choice from Saina, not using the smash, just playing the hold, straight, clear, beautifully judged. You'll see it, doesn't smash, holds it, goes to the rear court the second time, showing no answer.
Service over, 11-17.
Once again, right idea, wrong execution.
Yeah, just outmaneuvered again. Saina being very, very patient. Playing on a really big court. Lots of clears. Cut drops rather than smashes, keeping the court big. And Cheng moving and off balance. Good tactics.
That's held up, that's dropped in. Well in.
Service over, 12-18.
Hesitated, thought it might be going long, in the end chose to hit it, but it's a wild shot. See here, just hesitates, thinks it might be going out, decides to hit it late.
Oh my goodness, how did she find that angle? Didn't seem to have any backswing of the racket. Yeah, that's just a sign of the talent, isn't it?
Yeah, she's a long way down, but she's actually outscored Saina since the mid-game interval. Signs that she's beginning to find a game. Actually working her way into the match.
Too little, too late, one suspects, because now it's 6 game points for Saina Nehwal. Only needed the one. 21-14. Well, she'll need a better start to the second game. Will Chen Xiaoqie. Saina Nehwal will be very happy with that indeed. 15 minutes for that opening game. 21-14. the coach, Desina Nawal. Michael Logosz, I think, from Poland, watching this. He was in the men's doubles. Coach looking very anxious. Cheng Xiaoqie. There's the two English coaches. There's two of the coaches that you brought on and developed your coach education program and national coaching.
See from the body language there from Gopichan, talking very much about using the slices, using the drops, and then punching the rear court against a shorter opponent. Not over-attacking. Another tactic we'll see. Let's see how Cheng responds. As you say, she'll need a much better start to the second game.
Shuffle for the start of the second game.
Second game, double play.
See the change of pace, the change of direction. That's what she likes to do. Signs that she's going to be prepared to be much more patient in this match than she was at the beginning of the first game.
Oof. Wow, couldn't have missed by much from where we're sitting. We're looking virtually straight down that line. It was a good call. I think it was just wide, but it was desperately close. Cheng Xiaoqie's side of the court. Yeah, and we saw yesterday in the women's singles most of the players using the big high serve, indeed, as Desina Nawal did at the start of that rally. Whereas I've noticed that in this matchup, Cheng Xiaoqie still willing to try the low serve. Hard rally. And you and I have been talking over the past 12 months about the fact how women's singles is going like the men's singles, in that more and more of the players are serving low. But I've noticed earlier on in this tournament dramatic difference. Is it because there is this drift in the arena and therefore they're not so worried about putting in the high serve in women's singles now, in this particular arena?
I think it's something specific to this arena. It's quite a slow haul, and the girls are quite confident using a high serve that the opponents can't hit straight through from that high service. The other thing is that serving short in a slow haul means it's quite easy for your opponent to put it in quickly behind you, because they don't have to worry about the shuttle drifting out the back of the court. they can be quite aggressive with the flicks to the rear court, which means you're starting the rally with the shuttle in behind you. And that's more difficult, obviously.
That's a super cross-court action, isn't it? That's the sort of skill. She can suddenly do something a little bit different. Makes her an exciting player to watch.
Yeah, it does 2 consecutive shots. Actually, the first one she used the deception and went straight to the rear court. The second one, same preparation, but she's able to turn the shuttle across the court nice and short. Good skill.
Oof, well, Sina doesn't like the call. It was called good. She was convinced it was long. I'm not sure we'll see it from this angle. No. Here we go. Well, it was called good. Just to reiterate, of course, the umpire can only overrule if they see that a clear error has been made. When it's as close as that, that's not a clear error. It does mean that 3 straight points now for Chen Xiaoqie.
Again, we're seeing now Sina a couple of points behind. She's just putting a little bit more pace on the shuttle, and that suits Cheng. That gives her the opportunity to use the change of directions, as we see there.
Oh. Singles is all about trying to outmaneuver your opponent, whereas doubles trying to force a weaker reply. Singles players use all 4 corners, try and outmaneuver your opponent and then go for the winner.
She's missed that one a lot in this match, hasn't she? She normally likes those deceptive slow drops, but she's really never found a range with them. So she'll be disappointed with that. It was short. It's a short lift from Sina. She created the opportunity with this good net shot. And then can't put it away.
Just wide. Always a worry for Chen Xiaoqie fans when she starts watching the adjoining court.
Yeah, and again, it was the error on the slow drop, wasn't it?
Yes, and of course from this near side of the court as we look down, Sina Nehwal has the opportunity to really punch deep into the back corners because the shuttle holding up as well, and she does seem to be playing to the back a lot in these rallies.
Yeah, she knows opponent's very dangerous from the forecourt with all the little deceptions and the change of direction. And Sina's playing a very patient game and a good tactical game so far.
Yeah, she's got herself back level. Now into the lead.
Again. Pressure to the rear court. It's the error with the drop shot.
5 straight points.
Just a little bit off balance. Causes the error.
Well, this is so typical of her, isn't it, really? 6 straight points now to Saina Nehwal. Of these 7 points now come from errors from Chen Xiaoxie.
Yeah, it was interesting in this rally when Saina had the chance to smash, she went to the body rather than giving her opponent the opportunity to use angles.
Well, remarkable turnaround by the number 4 seed, Saina Nehwal, from 3-7 down, 8 straight points, and to the mid-game interval with a 4-point advantage. What's happened?
Well, I said in the interval after the first game that Chen needed a better start. Well, she got the better start, and then really just seemed to relax and made 1 or 2 unforced errors, and that gave Saina the confidence to go back to a tactic of being very patient and putting a lot of pressure on the rear court. And Chen is really not enjoying that tactic at the moment.
It's landed inside the line, no question of that. And the run comes to an end. It's interesting, Saina Nehwal, in her 3 previous visits to this Korean Open, has never got past this stage, the last 16. Missed it. But perhaps the colder conditions here, not necessarily in the arena, but outside it's about -7 today, isn't it? And perhaps for a player like Saina, used to the heat and humidity in her home country, finds these conditions a little bit difficult.
Yes, it's certainly possible. It's certainly difficult for the players switching temperatures so often. I mean, so they've been training at home in the heat, so come here, play sort of -7, -8 outside, as I say, and then next week in Malaysia it'll be +32, +34, something like that. It's not easy for the players to continually adjust, that's for sure.
210, that's quite a smash. 171 miles per hour. Difficult enough for us to adjust, let alone the players. Going wide, yeah. Just wide.
And again, Saina sticking to a tactic, using rear court an awful lot, just the odd drop shot to mix it up, keeping the court big. Very, very good tactics.
Yeah, good patient play. 7-point advantage now. Beautiful drop shot. She's missed with so many. You were pointing that out in the opening game, but that one was perfect.
Yeah, just a glimpse of what she can do there, but she's made too many errors with that during this match so far. Saina going straight back to the rear court. Saw the short serve, that's what we were talking about, Jill. Very easy there for Saina to just flip the shuttle in behind Cheng. Again, Cheng making the error with the drop shot.
17-9.
Yes, and I suspect that the spirit is now broken of Chen Xiaoqie. Had that early lead, as you say, in this second game. She's run out of patience, hasn't she?
I think we have to give Saina a lot of credit here.
Yeah.
I mean, she's playing against a very, very dangerous opponent here, and she's gone on with a very well-constructed game plan. I'm sure she talked a lot with Gopi-chan about the tactics she was going to use, and she's shown great concentration to continue and hold that tactic together over the course of this match so far. It's a very, very good performance.
Continuing the good form that she showed at the Super Series finals in Huzhou. And now just 2 points away from her first ever quarter-final appearance here at the Korea Super Series. Make that just 1 point away.
28.9.
이어서 3번 코트에서는 중국의 류풍유 선수와 홍콩의 후영 선수의 남자 단식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 한국의 최재명 씨, 부심은 한국의 전성동 씨, 선수는 주주입니다.
Delaying the inevitable, I suspect, as far as Chen Xiaoqie is concerned.
Between Liu Pengyu China versus Hu Yang Hong Kong China. Umpire, Taekwondo Korea.
Just wide.
Taekwondo Korea.
And what a performance from Saina Nehwal. 21-14, 21-10. And from 3-7 down in that second game, promptly won 18 of the next 21 points.
14, 21, 10.
Well, ended the year well, 2011, and she started 2012 in very good form as well. So confirmation of the score, 21-14, 21-10 in 35 minutes. So Saina Nehwal safely through to the quarterfinal, and she will play the winner of the number 6 seed, Jiang Yanxiao, and Intanon Ratchanok from Thailand. That match yet to be contested. We don't know who her quarterfinal opponent will be, but we do know that Saina Nehwal is in great form. Very good performance indeed. So our first 3 matches all in 2 straight games. Next on court is women's doubles, and then our 5th and final match men's singles, featuring the current world #1 up against home player Soon Won Ho. For women's doubles next, the Indonesian pair of Gracia Poli and Miliana Johari. And the Danes, Kruse and Ropka. So Saina Nehwal safely through to the quarterfinal. That's of course in the top half of the draw. Only 2 seeds left in the bottom half. But next on court is women's doubles, and Miliana Johari and Gracia Poli, Indonesians #8 seeds, up against Lina Damkir Kruse and Maria Ropka. Danes caused huge sensation last year at the All England Championships because they started the week in the qualifying. They didn't actually have to play qualifying because they got promoted into the main draw because their opponents in the qualifying withdrew. And then went all the way through to the semi-final. Remarkable story. So here come the Danes. Lina Damkir Kruse and the tall Maria Ropka. So the Indonesians, Gracia Poli and Miliana Johari. Well, Gracia Poli has been struggling of late with a shoulder injury. Well, it's great to see her back on court and back playing well. Indonesians, first round opponents from Malaysia, the qualifiers, the sisters. Eng sisters won in 2 straight games, 21-16, 21-17. For the Danes, well, they were on quite late yesterday evening against the pair from the Netherlands, Lotte Jonnathans and Pauline van Doorleman. So Damkir Kruse, 23 years of age, so she's going to turn 24 on Saturday. How she'd love to still be playing in this event on her birthday. Well, as you can see from their career win-loss records, a fairly new partnership, these Danes, because they only formed their partnership last year. And as you can see, a nice positive win-loss record for last year. That translates into 3 finals, winning 2 titles, Swedish international, Danish international. In fact, their first ever tournament together was that Swedish international, which they promptly won. Here's Gracia Poli, 24 years of age, brought up in Manado in Indonesia. Number 8 in the world rankings, and therefore number 8 seeds here at the Victor Korea Open. as high as number 5 in the world rankings, this pair. Her partner, Johari, 27, born in Jakarta. She was telling me last night on the bus that takes the players from the venue here back to the hotel that she likes watching funny movies. Comedies, she says, was her favourite movies, so quite a jovial personalities, the two Indonesians. There you can see this is the second meeting between the two pairs. The only previous meeting was in that first round of the All England Championships last year, and of course the Indonesians were seeded to win that match because they were the number 7 seeds against the qualifiers. It was the Danes who won, as you could see, in 2 straight games. So the unseeded Danish combination nearest to us.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Kruse,
on my right, Gracia Poli, Meliana Johari, Indonesia. On my left, Nina Kruse, Maria Röpke, Denmark. Nina Kruse to serve, to Gracia Poli, Labo, play.
Players announced by our umpire, Jean Cavet.
Service over.
Well, big gap there.
1 love. Two love.
I suspect we might see quite a few of these long rallies.
Yes, in some ways we've got 2 similar pairs here. Both pairs have got a preferred formation. The Danes will want Kruse going forward, trying to set the play up, and the Indonesians will want Gracia Poli going forward, trying to create opportunities for a partner. So we should see some interesting little tactical battles.
It's landed well in misjudgment there from Johari.
Complete misjudgment, shuttle landing well in.
Big disappointment, I know, to the Indonesians, and the fact that they were unable to play in the Southeast Asian Games in Jakarta just before Christmas, because of course Gracia Poli's injury problems, and I can see, just about see that she's still got heavy strapping on that shoulder.
Yes, already in this match we've seen her in the rear court use a lot of drop shots. It'll just be interesting to see how much effort she does put into the smashing. See if she is fully recovered.
It's gone long. You can see the strapping there, back of the arm and around the shoulder. Gracie Apolli. It was in fact in the final of the Chinese Taipei Grand Prix gold event. In the final when they were playing against Ha and Kim from Korea. And Gracie Apolli actually had to retire during that third game. The shoulder was so bad, and she's struggled ever since. And I think there was a point you made, Ian, during the women's singles about how Saina Nehwal had come back too soon after an injury because of Olympic qualifying, because of the status of the Super Series. All the players want to play the Super Series events, and I just wonder perhaps if Gracie Apolli was guilty of playing tournaments or coming back too soon when she wasn't really fit to play.
It certainly looks a possibility, and one of the other points to add into the mix there is that there's another Indonesian pair that just started to get very good results. So their actual qualification for the Olympics is not clear at the moment. There's a big battle going on between the two Indonesian pairs for that qualifying place.
She's not happy with herself there. Robka making the error on the net shot. Yeah, just to emphasise your point, of course, Indonesian pair we're watching, number 8 in the world ranking, and at number 12, Vita Marissa and Nadia Melati. And then, of course, we've got Augustin and Maheswari as well that are in the mix. That's the pair I think you were referring to, 18 in the world rankings. There's 3 pairs that have the possibility of doing very well and qualifying for the Olympics. And of course, Vita Marissa and Nadia Melati. Vita Marissa celebrating her 31st birthday yesterday with a victory over the number 3 seeds, Fuji and Kakiwa. So it's all getting very close and very tight as to who will actually qualify for the Olympic Games. That makes our viewing even more intriguing, doesn't it?
Tactical battle going on at the moment. Both pairs look as though they're happy to play counter-attack. This is a good example from the Danish pair. The Indonesian lose the angle with the attack. Robka quick to step in and use the cross drive to good effect. Interesting rally there from the Indonesians, keeping Kruse pinned to the rear court, keeping her off a favoured net position. And eventually Robka making a mistake in the forecourt, where she's certainly not as comfortable as her partner. Famous badminton player indeed, Lena Kopen, won the World Championship, 2 gold medals in fact at the World Championships, first ever World Championships in Malmö in Sweden.
1977. Singles and mixed doubles. That's a combination that you never see nowadays. Players playing singles and mixed at this very elite level. How the game has progressed. So what does the Danish coach say here, Ian?
He needs to settle Robka down a little bit. She's made a lot of errors in that game. She's not really got her feet moving. A lot of the errors have come from the fact that she's reaching for the shuttle rather than moving her feet quickly to get into position. She looks a little bit static so far here. Needs to get her moving, get her into the game more.
20 seconds.
She needs to be creating pressure from the rear court to get a partner in the net. In at the net.
7-11.
That's a wild smash. Caught Johari off guard there. I'm not sure she meant to hit it this flat, but it certainly worked.
Service over. 12-8.
No, that's good judgment. Was just wide. Super angle.
9-13.
Yeah, that's better from Robka. That might do us some good, get her confidence going. Nice interception, takes the pace off, uses the space.
Service over.
That's a nice use of the mid-court area on the return of serve.
이어서 이번 코트에서는
Sharp
중국의
downward shot.
등반계의 신혜방 선수의 여자 단식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 중국의 위에가 펼치듯이, 구심은 한국의 이상복씨, 선수는 비조입니다.
Following in quarter 2, women's singles match number 2-1 between Lee Sweater, China versus Hule Bao, Denmark. Umpire, Murata Shuki, Japan. Service judge, Itako, Korea. And line judges, Green B.
Service over.
That's a good return from Polly.
10.
Going back to the body of the server's partner. That created the opportunity, we'll see it here. It's a clever return, good follow-up.
16-10.
Okay, just one or too many errors from Robka. That's an easy mistake at this level.
She hit a wild cross-court smash before that was very flat, wasn't it? And that one was much steeper, but well wide of the mark. Maybe just a little too anxious to finish off the rally too quickly. Not prepared to work the rally, be patient.
18-10.
Yeah, you can see it there, body language not good at the moment. Getting frustrated with herself. She knows she's making too many errors. coming from the Danish pair. The Indonesians happy to play just a solid style of game, not really forcing the attack, happy to play the rallies out and just wait for the errors.
2 points away from the opening game. Now just the one.
Game point 10.
6 straight points. Well, the luck of the net court. Last 2 rallies from Gracia Poli.
21-10.
Created her own luck though. Good positioning, good reading of where the shuttle was going to come. And the opening game to the number 8 seeds, Gracia Poli and Emiliana Johari. 21-10 in just 14 minutes. First rally, first couple of rallies, I thought, crikey, we're going to see some long rallies going on now, but I don't think Danes really had belief, and I have to say that's slightly worrying body language there of the Danish players, because coach trying to talk to both players, but it looked as if Marie Rotka wasn't really partaking in the conversation too much.
No, it was interesting. She didn't look at the coach once there. I think she's just very frustrated at the moment. Hasn't really got into this game at all. As I said, first game really was about the Indonesians just being very solid. When they saw the Danes were making mistakes, they eased back a touch. Just played a very solid game.
What a contrast. Isn't that amazing? You know, the smiles of the Indonesian players smiling at each other, and in contrast, the Danes, only one of them joining in with the coach, and well, for Danish fans, that will be of great concern.
Second game, level 3.
So, second game.
Service over. 1 down.
And without stating the obvious, the Danes do desperately need a good start here, just to lift their spirits more than anything, give them back the belief.
That's a better rally. Just throwing the initiative back to the Indonesians a little bit there. I think the coach, Danish coach, will have noticed the Indonesians have not really attacked from the rear court. Just played very solidly. So I think he's asked his players to just step up the court a little bit in defence and be a little bit more aggressive in the defensive positions.
1, 2.
Landed well in. Talked a lot about the lengthways drift, but just wondering from seeing that, Ian, if there's a bit of a sideways drift as well. Not as marked as the lengthways drift.
No, there's been a lot of shuttles left on the left-hand side of the court, hasn't there, that have been in.
It's gone well, my goodness me.
coming back to your previous point, Jill, it would be unusual if the drift was straight up and down this hall because it is a circular hall. So you would expect there to be some side drift as well.
Natural air currents going round. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice counter-attack here from Polly, good skill. Smash was to a right hip, which is normally difficult, but she got the body out of the way and controlled the shuttle really well.
Service over. 4-3.
And that's where Cruiser can be effective. Here we see her stepping up in defence, and that's good skill. She was following it in. And if she didn't get the neck cord, they were in good position.
Service over.
That's good placement of the smash. Saw that Cruiser was weighted with the backhand defence there. Hit the shuttle down her forehand side. It's interesting to me, Ian, the fact that this Indonesian pair have never actually won a title together. I know they haven't been playing together for all that long, but they're just starting their third year in this partnership. And you know what we were talking about a little bit earlier with the Korean youngsters, how they get sent out to some of the lower grades of tournament so that they start at a young age playing against senior players and tough matches, but come through those senior badminton tournaments, even though it's not the highest grade, and they really develop as players and develop that winning mentality. And I just wonder, you know, Indonesians never won a title. In fact, Gracie Apoli has only ever won one title in her career, and that was with Jo Navita in the Philippines 3 years ago. It's something that, you know, an awful lot of countries, because they are the best pair in their country, there's almost a feeling that you've got to play the best tournaments in the world.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say they've concentrated very much on Super Series level tournaments, the odd Gold Grand Prix. I think the other thing with this combination is, though, they have suffered a fair amount of injuries, illness, and they've never really had a good run at a whole season. You know,
Very fair point.
They've always had one or two niggles, either one or the other's been unfit for a period of time, and I think that's sort of arrested their development a little bit, shall we say. They've been slow to progress. When they came onto the scene, they looked very promising and very talented, and they've not really progressed. But I do feel it's been more the injuries and illness that's held them back.
Yeah. It's interesting as well that Gracie Apoli was beaten finalist at the World Junior Championships in mixed doubles. But apart from a couple of tournaments last year with Tantoya Ahmad, I don't think I've ever really seen her play mixed doubles as such on a regular basis.
No, and I've seen her play mixed, and she's a very, very talented mixed player. She reads the game very well. She's got the skills, you know, that you require to be a good mixed player. She's very solid in defence. She's got good skill around the net area. Serves well.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Ian. 2:29. I think that's the fastest of a woman's smash so far in the tournament.
Yeah, but I think probably with Polly, with having the one or two injury problems, they've been, the Indonesian coaches have maybe been loath to play her in two events.
Yeah.
Service over.
They don't like that call. See if we can see it. It was nicely placed off defence. Oh, maybe got reason there.
Service over. 9-6.
Could probably say the same thing of Cruiser, though. She's a very talented forecourt player. And it's always been surprising to me that she's not played more mixed.
very much of the opinion in coaching terms that with youngsters, I mean, I know that none of the players on court are that young. They're all in their 20s now, but you've always talked to me, certainly, and what I've seen you do with England squads and in France, and you're working with their team and so on, is develop the player generally, and therefore you've always encouraged more than one discipline in that developmental stage, rather than, you know, okay, later on specialise. But I know you've been a big supporter of trying to get players to develop all of their games.
Yeah, I think if you, particularly when you're taking them to a different continent, when the Europeans are travelling to Asia, when the Asians are travelling to Europe, I think you want them to have maximum experience in those conditions. So I would always be a fan of them, certainly younger players playing 2 events. Get more experience on court, in the conditions, learn to cope. I think it's really crucial to development. And as I say, I've always been very surprised, particularly with Kruse. She's not played 2 events. I think it could help her a lot. We've seen it's helped Christina Pedersen an awful amount. I think playing ladies doubles has certainly improved her mixed, and I think it could possibly have the same effect on someone like Kruse. One of the rare occasions where the Indonesians have forced the play. They just made the error in doing so. It's a long way up the court. Just took too big a swing at that.
Closing the gap. Oh, great vision. Very, very good vision to see where the gap was. Saw our opponent coming forward.
Yeah, this is good skill, good peripheral vision. Just sense Robka making that forward move. Guided the shuttle across the court. Lovely play. That typifies this game for Robka, I'm afraid. Easy opportunity to smash. Right down into the net. Again, good skill from Johari. Smash was hit onto defence, but that's a lovely shot, guided across the court again.
Just long.
17-8.
Oh, my goodness.
Service over.
And the change of pace and the head off's the winner, but incredible defence there from Johari.
Yeah, great reactions on the first one. Completely on the back foot, able to change direction there to cover the space in the forecourt.
Completely mistimed that.
Yeah, I think she'd seen the space. Robka was a long way back in the court there. There was the space, but as you say, didn't time it.
Service over. 18-10.
And it started with a good return of serve.
18.
Well, still fighting spirit there from Cruiser. I suspect they've maybe left it a little late.
Service over.
Has to go down as a bad miss. Wasn't really under pressure. Slow drop shot.
Service over. 12-19.
Indonesia's just guilty a little bit of taking the foot off the accelerator here. Built up a big lead and they've just relaxed a little bit in the last few points.
Parker doing all the work on the Danish side. Quite deliberate by the Indonesians.
Yeah, that's where the errors have come from.
Well, a little moment of magic. All the hard work was worth it. But it's just 1 point.
And it's good skill, but we've not seen enough of it from her during this match.
Channel attack. And now 6 match point opportunities. First time of asking, an absolute delight for the Indonesians. Recording their first ever victory over the Danes, and they've done it in style. 21-10, 21-14. And the number 8 seeds, Polly and Johari, safely through to the quarter-final. There's confirmation of the score. 35 minutes for that victory. This was the final rally. Too solid in defence, the Indonesians. And lovely to see them back in good form once again. Well, there you can see 4 matches in 2 straight games. Just one more match to come of this afternoon's session. Round of last 16 today, of course. And it's men's singles. World number 1 Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia up against Sung Won Ho of Korea. So we await our players to come on to court for our 5th and final match this afternoon. It's men's singles. Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia up against Sung Won Ho of Korea. So here is the world number 1, Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia. Champion here in 2010 when he beat the Dane Peter Gader in the final. But he's been in 3 consecutive finals. Great supporter of this event. In fact, he's the greatest supporter of all the Super Series tournaments. Lee Chong-wei. Marcel Schmidt is our umpire, the toss of the coin. 29 years of age, and look at that win-loss record for last year, 65-7, and that translates into 11 finals, 7 titles. First 11 tournaments of 2011 was in the final of all 11 of them. It wasn't until the Hong Kong Open where he lost in the semi-final to Lin Dan, and then lost in the semi-final also in China and the Super Series finals. What a year he had. So to his opponent, Sung-Wan Ho, has been as high as 15 in the world rankings, but now down at 20. And just one final appearance for him last year with that win-loss record, 25-20. Reached the final of the recent Korea Grand Prix event, lost out to his teammate Lee Hyun-il. Well, that's ominous for the home fans, isn't it? This is the 4th meeting between the 2 men, and Sung-Wan Ho yet to record a victory. The last time they met was the quarter-final of that French Super Series last year. 11-11. In fact, of their previous 3 meetings, it's only once gone the full distance. That was the first time they met in the quarter-final of the All England Championships. So, Marcel Schmidt of Switzerland and Eddie Rufianto of Indonesia are court officials. Lee Chong-wei, not only 11 consecutive finals at the beginning of 2011, in fact, after the quarter-final defeat at the 2010 World Championships in Paris, then promptly reached the final of his next 17 tournaments. Goodness me, what a record. Calls the players to order.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Lee Chong-wei, Malaysia. On my left, Sean Won-ho, Korea. Lee Chong-wei to serve, level, play.
So the former champion, current world number 1, Lee Chong-wei, getting this last 16 encounter underway. Now, of course, I say it's ominous for home fans that Sung-Wan Ho has never beaten his opponent of today, but he's now got home advantage, and he needs to use the support of the home fans to really psychologically lift himself up for this.
Traditionally, the Korean players play very well on home soil. They've got a string of very, very good results in this event over the years, and I'm sure Sean will be pulling on that. He's a player who's much improved in the last 12 months, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that, Ian. I think he has improved greatly over the last 12 months or so, but that's not translated into a title. He's never won a tournament, and the best he's ever done in Super Series is 4 times a quarter-finalist. He's never even been in a semi-final of a Super Series event.
Yeah, personally, I think there's been a marked improvement. I think he's stepped up a little bit and taken on a little bit of responsibility with the injury to Park, the #1 Korean men's singles player. Since Park's not been able to play, I just feel Sean's taken a little bit of confidence from his elevated position in the national rankings, and I don't know, he just seems to have an air of confidence about him, which I think he'd previously lacked, and I just feel there are big results on the way from him this year. An example of what I was going to say next is that traditionally he was a very, I wouldn't like to say negative player, but he liked to play counter-attack. Didn't really take any risks, but that's something over the last 3 or 4 months we've seen that he started to attack a lot more, brought a lot more variety into his game. And as I say, I do think he's capable of bigger results than he's been getting.
He's certainly started very well in this match. He has 6-love lead, but he's one of those players that I guess every other player in the men's singles draw wants to avoid. They know he's dangerous. They know you have to work exceptionally hard against him because he's a very physical player. He's very fit indeed, good court coverage. So he's certainly one that they all want to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons you've talked about he's never won a title, one of the reasons for that is that physically he's played this counter-attacking style, very patient, not taking many risks, which means that all his matches are very, very long traditionally. But I do feel there isn't signs of a new element to his game. His attacking play is certainly much improved in the last few months. Good agility, getting up, getting back into the rally, but you see the change of pace there from Lee Chong-wei. He's able to play the rally out, and when the opportunity comes, accelerate. And that's probably something that Sean's still lacking in his own game.
That's a super angle. Just to emphasise your point.
Yeah, we've seen the straight smash down the line a couple of times from that side, and this time he's changed the play and gone cross court and found a super angle, as you say.
What a net shot from Lee Chong-wei. Looks as if Lee Chong-wei is just a little bit surprised at how well his opponent has started. Of course, this man was just so outstanding at the beginning of 2011. 2010 wasn't so shabby for Lee Chong Wei either. 10 finals from 12 tournaments played, winning 9 of them. 7 titles in 2009, and I guess, you know, for somebody, well, he's not happy with that. Another long look at the umpire there. What did you think of that? Oof, I think that touched the line. Called out.
Yeah, it was a very early call, I think, from the lines judge.
Wow, this is extraordinary. 11-3 advantage at the mid-game interval. Here in game number 1, in just 6 minutes of play. But going back to the point I was making just a moment ago, Ian, you know, of course, Lee Chong Wei's been riding on the crest of a wave for so long, months and months. I mean, as I say, you know, 7 titles in 2009 and doing so well for so long. And then great play has been made of the fact that he lost to Chen Long in the final of Denmark, lost in the final of Japan, the previous Super Series to that, and, you know, and the fact that he's now lost in semi-finals of 3 consecutive tournaments. But you don't become a bad player overnight. You know, of course it will have a psychological impact, but I was reading in one of the Malaysian newspapers that his coach, Tae Soo Bok, has been saying, but we want to be at our peak come the Olympic Games. So, you know, he's trying to downplay the whole issue of media people criticising or whatever and saying that, you know, he's just gone off the boil. You know, he's had a couple of results that aren't his normal outstanding results, that's all.
I think Lee Chong Wei is someone who thrives on tournament play, thrives on playing a lot of matches, and it surprises me, the comment from his coach, because Chong Wei needs to play. He needs to play tournaments, he needs to be winning matches, and that's how he plays himself into form, and he keeps himself ticking over with tournament play like that. You know, he's always someone who's played more tournaments, for example, than the Chinese players. And it's all very well saying they want him at his best for the Olympics. I think that's fairly clear. But I think Chong Wei needs to be at his best for the tournaments leading up to the Olympics as well. So he goes in there in that, you know, very confident frame of mind.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's about peaking for the Olympics. I think Chong Wei is someone who needs to be ready a long time in advance.
So from what you've just said, then you possibly think that, you know, the fact that he hasn't been in the final of his last 3 tournaments played has perhaps psychologically dented that confidence, and he's not the sort of player that just sort of dismisses it and, well, don't worry about that. He is the sort of player that, because he builds on more and more matches and more confidence, that will have hurt him then.
Yeah, I think clearly. I mean, he's somebody, when he plays, with his results over the last 3 years, he's someone that when he plays, he expects to win.
Yeah.
He doesn't expect to lose, and he shouldn't expect to lose. He's going into these tournaments to win them. And I'm sure it's hit his confidence a little bit, but he's still #1 in the world.
Yeah.
And to be downplaying, you know, this next period of tournaments before the Olympics, I don't think is necessarily a good thing from the coaching team.
Well, whatever anybody thinks about his confidence or lack of it or whatever, I certainly wouldn't have predicted this. My goodness. Wasn't convinced by that, and nor was Lee Chong Wei. sure that that was the worst one we've seen so far. That again, it looked a lot closer than I had initially thought.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of close calls, but you would expect that in a high-level men's singles match.
Been overruled. I didn't hear the umpire overrule it. Well, clearly the umpire thought that a wrong decision had been made. But that's a great take off the top of the net, isn't it? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I just think he changed his mind at the last moment there. I think he was going cross and then decided to go straight. Just totally mistimed it. Here we'll see it. Tried to cut across the shuttle. Never really got into position. Pressure switches here though, doesn't it? That's what's so interesting in 1v1 sport. Sean, he's gone on no pressure. He's taken a big lead, he's playing super badminton. Suddenly, at 15-5, the pressure's on him then to win this game.
Yeah.
Let's see how he deals with that. As we know, Chong Wei, there's more to come.
6-15.
Goodness. Speed of movement, speed of shot. That was phenomenal.
But it's the speed allied to agility. He's on the floor there, and then he's up hitting the big jump smash. Speed's one thing, but the agility that goes with it is phenomenal.
Almost wide.
Service over. 16-8.
Didn't really have a match yesterday. So Wan Ho, because went on to court against AJ Jayaram from India. Was 1-love up in the first game when his opponent retired
Service
injured.
over. 9-16.
Whereas Lee Chong Wei with two-game victory over Sun Yi of Taipei.
Two more mistakes creeping into the game of Sean. He really played a faultless first half to this game. Just signs that he's just tightening up a little bit. It's an easy error, really.
Well, Sun Won Ho claiming that it was a fault, but there was no fault called, I don't think. Oh,
I think he has scored fault. It's difficult with no microphone on the umpire. He appears to have called a fault against Chong Wei for having his racket over the net. Here we'll see it. Puts his racket up.
Oh.
Well,
I wasn't convinced by that.
no.
Well, of course, we have the advantage of seeing it again.
Service over. 11-17.
Well, I notice there's already heavy strapping on the right ankle of Sun Won Ho. And that slip forward like that certainly won't help if there's an injury problem there already.
Just landed on the side of his foot, didn't he? Not enough grip to receive the lunge. Foot just slid away from him.
Well worked rally.
Service over. 11-18-11.
Yeah, keeps his calm here. Chong Wei, great effort to get it back. Doesn't force the play. Just hits into space. It's calm, cool, controlled play. Good defence. Good attack. And then good peripheral vision to see the space.
Yeah, some good courage after you've just had a rally where you've slipped forward, lunging forward to the net, and then move like that.
Service over. 12-18.
Oh,
19-12.
2 points from the opening game. And now just the one.
20. Game point. 12. Service over.
Still
13-20.
lurking his opponent, Lee Chong Wei. Not giving up on this opening game yet. Ho.
First game
The
won
opening
by
game against the former champion and current world #1, Lee Chong-wei, and taking it in convincing style. 21-13. 21 minutes. Well, Lee Chong-wei is going to have to up his game if he wants to get through this encounter. Well, in all honesty, Ian, I'm feeling a bit shell-shocked at the moment.
Well, Lee Chong-wei's played a very one-pace game there. I mean, he's playing against a Korean player playing in front of a home crowd. Should be ready for that player to come out and play his absolute best and to really give it a go. And didn't really seem on the pace of that game for most of it. He's really got to try and, one, go up a gear, but two, mix the pace up a little bit more, because Sean's very good when you play one steady pace with him. If he finds that pace, then he's very, very difficult to break down. It's the changes of pace and the quick change of direction that cause the problems for this Korean player. And Chong-wei's really not used very much of that tactic in the first game.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game,
It's an Olympic gymnasium.
play. Service over, 1 love.
Well, I suspect that Lee Chong-wei, with his years of experience, 29-year-old from Penang, we were talking in that interval about him needing to change his pace. Well, he's got another gear he can go to. That's the injection of pace within the rally. Good judgment, just wide.
2 love.
Yes, it's not about him going just a lot quicker, it's about him using changes of pace in the rally to break the rhythm of his opponent. In that first game he was guilty of just getting drawn into playing a one-pace game, and that really suits this Korean player.
I do wonder, so whether, you know, we've talked about when shuttles play slow, and it looks to me as if the shuttles are playing a little bit slow here in Seoul, whether he's a little bit reluctant to play his normal sudden injection of pace or fast angled shots, because the shuttles simply aren't going down. We've seen it from the previous matches we've watched today. In men's doubles to all the disciplines, players are finding it difficult to put the shuttle on the floor.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about, you don't necessarily have to use a lot of smashing to change the pace in a rally. You can use, when you're coming into the forecourt, you can use some quicker flicks to the rear court, some cross-court nets to make your opponent move quicker. So it's not just about hitting harder, but it's about actually changing your opponent's pace that he needs to play at, and making him move a little bit quicker, and then moving slower, a little bit quicker, just breaking the rhythm of the game up. In that first game he didn't really do that. He was just waiting really for his opponent to make mistakes, Sean's really inspired playing in front of his home crowd. He didn't really make that many errors. It's about variety and change of pace, changes of angles, which were really lacking in that first game.
Valery Zolotina, Russia, versus Global Valeria, Natalia Zeva, Poland. Umpire, Kustomo, Japan. Service Kimura, Korea. And line judges are Group E.
Just get a sense, or certainly I do, that perhaps the tide is beginning to turn here. He's pushed it long of the back line.
7-1.
Don't think the home fans realise that for a moment.
Much more variety from Chong Wei at the moment, though. Stepping in, taking it early at the net, mixing it up, one or two deceptive pushes to the rear court, a couple of cross nets.
It seems to me as if Sung Won Ho isn't even going for winners as he was in the opening game, those early stages.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite got as much time on the shuttle though. Chong Wei's mixing it up a little bit more. He's reduced his time in the rear court. He's not got as much time to get behind the shuttle and organise himself to play the attacking shots. So in some ways he's being controlled.
Service over. 2-9.
Shot, a lot of spin on that shuttle.
9.
Force the error from Chong Wei.
so often in the opening game.
Yeah, but again, last couple of points, Chong Wei again has just dropped the tempo a little bit, and he's given Sean time to get behind the shuttle there. And that makes all the difference. He's been holding him there and turning the shuttle across him and not giving him time.
Oh, goodness, that's missed in badminton terms by a country mile.
7-10.
We absolutely looked to be cruising at 9-1. 6 of the last 7 points going the Koreans' way.
Service over, 11-7.
And has the advantage, does Lee Chong-wei at the mid-game interval. 4-point advantage. Well, really, it's almost a bit bizarre for me to watch Lee Chong-wei playing like this. It's so different to what I normally expect to see from him.
Yes, certainly at the beginning of the second game he switched on, didn't he? Injected some tempo into the game, played with a lot more variety, reduced his opponent's time on the shuttle,
20 seconds,
and then just suddenly switched off again and let him right back in, which, as you say, has really not been like Chong Wei over the last 18 months.
So the 4-point advantage to Lee Chong-wei in the second. And this man took the opening game,
11-7.
Sun Wan Ho.
Play.
Demonstrating your point there, Ian, about taking the shuttle early at the net, then you've got the options.
Yes, clever play. Just kept his base very, very high up the court, reduced his opponent's time, and that makes the difference.
Oh, that's delightful. Lovely angle.
Yeah, nice control. Has been lifting out a lot from that area. We saw Sean was anticipating the lift. Got caught with the cross drop.
Yes, another very accurate smash.
Service over, 8-13.
Hit one cross court, what was it, 3 or 4 rallies ago. That time straight down the line. We hit one of 266 in the opening game. Oh. Now, that's the injection of pace of movement, wasn't it? Taking it early round the head.
Yeah, good agility. One step out from the centre. Big jump, good cross angle.
Service over, 9-14.
exactly what we were talking about.
10.
Yeah, he doesn't try to hit the smash too hard, gets it going down, and that gives him time. He's in good balance to come forward. Again, not really in position to kill it, so he used the little slice to fix his opponent and change the direction of the shuttle. Good play, good control.
16-10.
Good accuracy.
Yeah, again, not trying to hit the shuttle too hard, concentrating on precision.
Service over. 11-17. Service over. 18-11.
Well, it looks very much as if we're going to be treated to a third and deciding game. Just 3 points from making that happen. Lee Chong-wei. I think what I like about Lee Chong-wei is the fact that he really hasn't panicked, has he, after losing that opening game. He's remained focused, he's changed up his tactics.
Service over. 12-19. Service over.
Nice. And with that wonderful smash straight down the line.
12.
With it come 8 game points.
Service over. 13-20.
Oof.
14-20.
He proving that he too has got a very accurate smash.
Game.
And this time, third time lucky.
Second game
as
won
far
by
as
Lee
Lee Chong-wei is
Chong-wei.
concerned.
21-14. 1 game all.
Secures the second game And indeed, we will be treated to a third and deciding game. And that's a nice way to end a game, isn't it? Perfect net cord on the drop shot. So one game apiece. 42 minutes. And everything to play for in the third deciding game. Well, change of shirt for Lee Chong-wei. Has certainly looked a different player in that second game. But still didn't feel that he was really flowing in his normal sort of style.
No, I think that's a fair reflection in the second game. Managed to come out and establish a lead and then just relaxed a little bit again, didn't he? Went back to that one pace tempo he was using in the first game. But then after the mid-game interval was able to step it up again. I think the first 5 or 6 points here are going to be interesting. If I was coaching Sean, I'd be saying that he should be looking for a quick start to this third game. Try and get some pressure on Chong-wei because he doesn't look completely at ease, does he? It's unusual for Chong-wei to, he looks a little bit nervous, looks a little bit stressed. And too often he's been sort of dragged into one-pace rallies, which is more suited really to Sean's style of play than Chong-wei's.
Lovely view of Olympic Gymnasium number 2. Here in Olympic Park in Seoul.
Final game, love all, play.
So third and deciding game. Chong-wei, far side of the court.
Whoa,
Oh, that's lovely. Took it early, hold and flick deep into the forehand corner.
time is over. 1 love.
Disappointed there, played the rally well. Forced Chong-wei into playing. It was a defensive drop here really, look how high that's gone. Got in early, missed it.
Oh, my goodness. Well, changed his mind, he was going to leave it. What on earth do you call that shot? A little pirouette beforehand.
It was a very late decision to play, wasn't it? I think he realised it was going to be well in. Just thought he'd try something. It's not the style of rally Chong-wei wants to be playing. He's played
Time
at
is
one tempo
over.
throughout.
2-all.
Sean able to follow it really easily. And in the end, it's Chong-wei who's all at sea.
Yes.
Space everywhere at the end of that rally. Characteristic error from Chong Wei. Don't see him miss many overheads.
Good accuracy. The smash there from Lee Chong Wei. Sitting in case you got.
That's the danger when you give Showtime in the rear court. His attacks improved a lot, as we were talking about earlier on. That's a good smash, good precision, good power as well.
Service over, 4-4.
Good anticipation from Chong Wei. Sees his opponent turning to take the defensive backhand. Brings his base right forward. Doesn't allow any space for the recovery shot to the net.
You know, a couple of times I've thought Lee Chong Wei has been taking shuttles that are going out, and you think back to the early stages of the match, early stages of the opening game, there was 1 or 2 calls that Lee Chong Wei didn't like. And I thought again at the beginning of that rally, he took a shot that I thought was going wide of the mark.
Yeah, sometimes these things get into your head.
Yeah.
You feel that you're not getting the rub of the line calls one day. It may influence if you're not sure whether you're going to play it or not going to play it. Certainly let it play on his mind in that first game, that's for sure.
Every time I think Lee Chong Wei is just settling down, he's beginning to really get into his normal sort of rhythm. Back comes Sung Won Ho.
No, he's sticking to his job really well here. He knows he's got to hang on first half of this game, and he's doing it really well. I have to say 1 or 2 of the shot selections from Chong Wei are a little bit passive still.
It's more like the sort of rally we're used to seeing from the world number 1.
Yeah, quick change of direction there. That forces the opponent to take it late, brings the base forward, uses the space in the front court. Much better, more constructive.
played it, chose to leave it, and it was a wise decision. Best smash or match. Accuracy and power.
Doesn't seem to hit it hard, does he? But it comes down really quick. Good angle, good precision. Proves your point again there, Jill. It was a great smash the previous point from Chong Wei. Back comes Sean, digs in, plays out the long rally. Eventually it's Chong Wei that makes the error.
Waiting for that, Chong Wei.
Yeah, good anticipation here from Chong Wei. Plays the defensive shot. He's ready to defend his body.
Goodness, that was incredible from Lee Chong Wei. What great reactions, and not only the reactions to see the space, and also the skills to be able to hit it there. That is remarkable. I know it was a mishit, but still a remarkable shot.
Yeah, last 2 points. Both times he anticipated the body attack to finish. Shows great racket speed and agility to find a shot from somewhere.
So a 5-point advantage as the change ends. This deciding game just 4 minutes shy of the hour mark. There have been some tough old matches here at this year's Victor Korean Open. Earlier today it was a men's doubles that went 1 hour and 29 minutes, and mixed doubles 1 hour and 23.
11-6, play.
So 11-6 deciding game. Two very important points as far as the home player is concerned. change of ends. 2 good points, and all of a sudden the margin reduced to just 3 points, and all of a sudden it's believable again, isn't it?
Yeah, Chong Wei's not playing well enough to relax here.
No.
He really needs to keep his concentration, keep switched on, keep the pressure on his opponent.
A11.
Nervous, unforced error.
9-11. Service over.
Clever.
12-9.
The body smash. That's an important point, wasn't it?
Yep, he needed that one. He played safe, he gave himself good margin by going for the body. Match play.
It's landed well in. Well, that just demonstrates the sideways drift, doesn't it?
Service over. 10-12.
Well, exactly an hour this match has been in progress. And there's just 1 point in it.
11-12.
Hardly separate them.
No, it's very noticeable that Chong Wei's just dropped his tempo a little bit again. And every time he does this, Sean's back at him. At the moment he's got time to get behind the shuttle, it's causing a lot of problems for Chong Wei in defence. And that was a chance again. Chong Wei playing a defensive
Service
lift.
over.
Sean will be really
13-11.
disappointed he missed that one.
Oh, that is perfection. My goodness, he couldn't have walked over there and placed it any better than that. Wonderful clear from Lee Chong Wei. Judgment that time, though. All of a sudden, now Amazing's opened up a 4-point cushion. That's not enough to be able to relax, is it, Ian?
No, that's been shown 2 or 3 times during this match.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
That's an incredible misjudgment at this stage of the match. Maybe the first couple of points you can make an error like that, but this is so far in. Oh, that's rare.
Yeah. Extraordinary.
Service over, 12-16.
Chongwei not in a position to get that shuttle going down. It went too flat. That gave his opponent the opportunity to counter-attack, and he did it to good effect.
이어서 이번 코트는 한국의 정겨울, 김하나 선수와 인도네시아의 메타마리카, 나다리아 선수의
Stepped into that one, anticipated the drop shot.
부심은 일본의 슈피시, 부심은 프랑스의 제이나벨시, 선수는
Brings his
에피소드입니다.
base forward, quick change of direction.
Number 2, women's doubles match number 2-2 between Chong Yeon-eun, Kim Hana Korea versus Vita Marisa, Nadal Malaysia. Umpire
Finds the line. This time it's vote. Doesn't like the call. Well, I thought that was on the line. And of course the line judges are in much better position than we are. And I thought the line judge got that one right. He's had to work hard, has Lee Chong-wei. And now just 2 points away from victory and a place in the quarter-final.
Out. 20 match point. 12.
8 match points.
Service over. 13-20.
Fight to the end. Net code saving for a match point. Brilliant cross-court angled smash.
14-20.
이어서 3번 코트에서는 중국의 바오리시, 송태진 선수와 중국의 피아치, 짜오윤메이 선수의 여자 복식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 한국의 전성훈 씨, 주심은 한국의 씨, 선수는 지조입니다.
Following in for number 3, women's doubles match number 2-4 between Bao Yixi, Chongqing, China versus Chen Qing, Ganglei, China. Umpire Chun Sung-kwon, Korea. Service serve.
Well, victory in the end, but I was very concerned there, Ian, about Lee Chong-wei. Seemed to stumble earlier on in that rally. I do hope he's all right. Well, it was a good encounter. 3 tough games, and the world number 1 comes through. 21-15 in the deciding game.
21-15.
hour and 8 minutes. And Lee Chong-wei safely through to the quarter-final, and he'll play the winner of either Kenichi Tago or Chen from Singapore. This, the final rally, the error from Sung Wan Ho, the disappointment all too obvious with him, but there was a nasty slip earlier on, as I say, that had me gasping. But he seems to be okay. Lee Chong-wei, no damage done. Good sportsmanship shown by both men at the end. Yeah, that's always good to see after a tough battle like that. Well, as you can see, that's our 5 matches for this afternoon. Only one that went full distance was our men's singles, our final match. All started with men's doubles and the Koreans safely getting through the Danes, and then mixed doubles and the Koreans again doing very well, this time against Japanese opposition. Well, I thought Saina Nehwal of India was very good indeed against the World Championship silver medalist Chen Xiaoxie. And good to see Gracia Polly back in the women's doubles. The Indonesians have thrown the Danes into a straight game. So this witnessed an hour and a half for that men's singles, and way to come through in an hour and 8 minutes, as I say. So the Victor Korea Open, first Super Series event of 2012 and the first Premier event of 2012. And of course we will have more action tomorrow, of course. Quarterfinals day tomorrow, as we're watching the highlights from the men's singles. What a battle it was. But I suspect if Lee Chong-wei wants to regain the Korean Open title that he won in 2010, I think he's going to have to be a little bit sharper than he was today against Sung Wan Ho. But to take nothing away from the Korean, because he played a very good match, and certainly in the opening game some of his angled smashes were superb, but in the end just not good enough against the world number 1, who, as I say, came through 21-15 in that deciding game. Well, as I say, we will have quarterfinals tomorrow. We will be back at 1300 local time, that's 0400 GMT. Ian Wright and myself, of course, will be here for that, but in the meantime, 1 or 2 matches still to be concluded on the adjoining courts, but that's all from our number 1 court for this afternoon session. Also, just to remind you, of course, that all 3 days, quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals, all at 1 o'clock. We will be here for all of those days, so do make your plans to be able to join us for that. But Ian, it has been an interesting day's play here on the second day of badminton. And Lee Chong-wei, as I say, is going to have to be a little bit sharper than that if he wants to regain his title.
Certainly. He looked a little bit nervy today, didn't he? Maybe has just lost a little bit of confidence from those run of semi-final losses, but today's match will probably help him. Probably get him back in the groove a little bit, probably needed a bit of a test.
Yes, well, as I say, we'll be back tomorrow. Join us for that at 1300 local time, 0400 GMT. See you tomorrow. Bye for now.